friends. Thank you so much for coming to hang out with me today. Today is Monday, May 6th, 2024, and today is day 5 of the Karen Reed trial out of Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, Massachusetts. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend, and I thank you so much for coming to my channel and choosing to watch the trial with me, because I know there are a lot of places where you could choose to watch this trial, and I am flattered that you would come and hang with me today, because otherwise, if I didn't have a channel, I'd be at home watching this trial anyway. So I'm so glad that we can do it all together. Some craziness happened over the weekend. After Katie McLaughlin's testimony, many people came out of the woodwork with photographs of Katie McLaughlin in hot tubs with Caitlin Albert and on other vacations with Caitlin Albert, and pictures that surfaced that were taken way after high school, and people who wrote emails saying, I went to high school with them and they 100% were besties. So all of that stuff. I know some of you were upset that the pictures didn't come into evidence, but as we discussed, because there was no foundation laid for the pictures, because Katie McLaughlin couldn't identify when the pictures were taken, where they were taken, whose pictures they were, who took the pictures, that was totally fine. She was questioned about the pictures, and that really was the most important thing, right? Those pictures can come in another way. If Caitlin Albert testifies and they were actually from her Facebook or one of her other social medias accounts, they definitely could come in that way. So no worries. Yes, they can. They can call. Alexa says, can they get Katie McLaughlin back on the stand again? Sure, they can call her again in their case in chief, the defense, if they want to. Oh yeah, Sue McDonald. I thought you'd never ask. Let's take a look at some Ring doorbell footage that surfaced over the weekend from 34 Fairview, which is the old Brian Albert and Nicole Albert home where Officer O'Keefe was murdered and found on the lawn. Jennifer Coffendoffer, who is a talking head on many news channels, who is former FBI, was in Canton. I forget, was it last week? Was it during jury selection? I don't remember when she was there, but she was posting pictures of herself there. And people got some video of her walking down the street in front of the courthouse. And people got some video of her was she at the waterfall eating, or CF McCarthy's? But here she is trying to get pictures of the house at 34 Fairview. Now, remember, that house was sold and now is owned by other people who apparently do have Ring doorbell cameras, because Brian Albert and Nicole Albert claim they did not have any working Ring doorbell cameras or any Nest cameras that were set up on January 29th of 2022. And you're going to see her in this video walk up to that side door. If you remember, we looked at the floor plan of 34 Fairview the other day, and there are two doors. There's a door that's in the very middle of the house, and then there's a door to the right of the middle door, and that is the door that the family says that they use all the time. So take a look at this and let me know what you think. If you can see her, she's standing in the driveway. She's wearing a cape and I think a red coat underneath it. So those pictures that were taken of her when she was in, I think she was there for more than one day, because people were pointing that out. So take a look at this and let me know what you think. It's only about 13 seconds long. You can see her in the driveway. There's 2 cars in the driveway, so that's pretty bold. This Ring doorbell footage was turned over by the current owners of 34 Fairview to Aidan Carney, I believe. Unsolicited. They were just like, here, take this. Can you believe this? Obviously, there's 2 cars there. People are home. Doesn't stop her, though, because here's what she does. Right through the landscaping, right through the flower bed, gets up on the front porch, takes a picture, and then runs away. Runs away. It's on a loop, so it's just going to play again. Through the flower bed, onto the porch, snaps her picture, and runs away. I mean, yeah, it would be funny if it wasn't completely improper. Former FBI and you don't know where the cameras are, you don't see the cameras, you don't knock on the door and say, "Hey, do you mind if I snap a picture?" Um, are you kidding me? And she's defending herself too, from what I hear. She's defending herself. Wow. You know what they call them? People that go to houses of, where murders occurred, grief tourists. That's wild to me. I'm just okay. Okay. And then you're going to defend yourself. And then when people are calling you out on it, you're just not even going to respond. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. But, that's just me. I don't know how you can defend that. I have no idea. She's also the one who was trashing Karen for wearing a skirt, saying that she was dressed more for, other things than actually going to court, and thought it was disrespectful that she wore a very expensive outfit that, in her mind, was too short. So, yeah, Onyx says she's now ruined what little credibility she has left. I can't. How do you defend that? Totally embarrassing, not classy. What did she do at the FBI? Apparently, she was a firearms trainer. That's my understanding. That is my understanding. Kristen Pino says she didn't do anything wrong. Why the heck is she run away like a lunatic? Well, she kind of did, in my opinion. Or are you saying if she didn't do anything wrong? I don't think you can really just walk onto someone's porch and take pictures, because if you do, it's kind of like Chris and Julie Albert going onto John O'Keefe's porch and taking pictures of themselves drinking beers and flipping the bird, and then sending to him to terrorize him while he's in Aruba, which they did. Those are the parents of Colin Albert. So yeah, that's cool. There are also some pictures floating around of the car. So a lot of you didn't realize that they were going to, when the jury went on the site view on Friday, they also not only went to the scene of 34 Fairview, but Karen's Lexus was brought there for them to inspect. And before they went on the site view, Lally said to them, pay special attention to what you find in the center console of the Lexus. I don't know what that was. If anybody knows what that is, please let me know. But what I also found interesting is that there was no damage to the outside of the car other than the entire right rear light, the entire right tail light housing having been, the entire right rear taillight housing was removed. So it was just completely not there. And also, it looked like the right passenger side airbag was missing. Creep tourist, yeah. Truth Seeker says, I hear that's because he's going to say that she switched off the auto stop on the center console. I don't know what the auto stop is. My car doesn't have one of those. Is that if you're going to back into something? Somebody says braking, Elitra says braking system or park assist on the console, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that was very crazy. Surprised they didn't have a body on the front lawn, says Go Joe. Coming in here with the comedy, early morning comedy. Let's take a look at this. Here's a photo of the car as the jury saw it, and you can see from looking at this that the entire housing is gone. It's just missing. It's just not there. 45 pieces of taillight were found. Apparently, we didn't, I don't think we were ever told how many pieces of taillight they found, but now we're saying 45. So, I mean, I would have objected to this because obviously the car is not in the same condition as it was then, because they've removed the entire housing of the taillight. But I think it actually helps the defense. This down here is, I thought at first it was missing paint. It's a shadow on the right, underneath the, I don't know, you can't see my cursor, but underneath this taillight, it looks like there's paint missing, but it's actually just a shadow. There's no other damage to the car that I can see. A couple of scratches around the housing where maybe they tried to pry it out, to remove it. But I don't see any other damage to this car. Say you. Not even a dent. Somebody said she supposedly hit him that hard. Yeah, 62. Is it 60 or 62 feet? I thought I heard him say 60 feet. Backing up 60 feet at 24.2 miles an hour. Throwing him 8 to 10 to 12 feet onto the lawn. You can see there's a little bit of a curb here. It's not what I would call a full curb. It's like a little berm. And that's what they saw when they went there. And here it is from the full rear view. No other damage that I can see. But they claim that they found some pieces of cocktail glass on this rear bumper after the car was driven to Dighton and towed back in a blizzard. They're also going to try and claim that they saw microscopic pieces, taillight embedded in Officer O'Keefe's clothing, but not the puffy jacket because they didn't find the puffy jacket. Recall, is there a puffy jacket? Is there no puffy jacket? Let's put some puffy jacket emojis in the chat because it's kind of crazy. And for those of you who haven't seen it, well, we only have about 10 minutes, but they usually start a little bit late because they have to get their act together in court. Let's take a look at a quick review. Yeah, the clothing that was in Proctor's boot or Proctor's trunk or somewhere. Cookie Harris says the center console really got me. Yes, Lally, the EDR, event data recorder, was removed by your partners. Nice try in attempting to distract jurors from the taillight. Agreed. Puffy jackets are not cool, says Uncivil Law. It's so funny. Every like lacrosse dad here on the East Coast wears like one of those really, really thin puffy vests with, you know, a V-neck sweater underneath it and a collared shirt underneath that. That is the uniform for lacrosse dads here on the East Coast. So I know you live in Texas. Maybe they don't, but they're very, you know, those real thin puffy jackets. But that guy, Nuttall, swears that Officer O'Keefe was wearing a puffy jacket, and he remembers because his arms were so stiff, he had a really hard time getting it off. And they didn't cut that off, he said, because it gets very, very messy. They didn't use the trauma shears on the puffy coat. On the stand today, we are going to have Gallagher, Sergeant Gallagher of the leaf blower. Put some leaf blower emojis in the chat. I made a leaf blower emoji just for this trial. So we have Sergeant Gallagher coming in to talk about the leaf blower. And we also have Sergeant Lank coming in. Sergeant Lank is the friendly. Sergeant Lank is the officer who inserted himself into an Albert situation about 20 years ago with the Lapalato brothers and beat the bejesus out of one of them. And then the town of Canton and the police department were sued and paid out a very, very large settlement to the Lapalito brothers because he was sticking up for one of the Alberts. That is going to be a very interesting cross. Today is a day you don't want to miss. Yeah, I see a lot of leaf blowers in the chat. He got sued. He did get sued, and they paid a lot of money. They paid a lot of money, and we're going to see if that stuff is going to come in because the judge never really ruled on that. So we don't know if it's coming in. If he doesn't testify about it, okay, I have Boston 10 up here, and the camera's not up yet, but I have it ready. If he doesn't testify about it truthfully, then the Lapalato brothers or Lapalito or I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I can't wait for them to get on the stand and pronounce their name for me so that I can pronounce it right. Because I am half Italian, so I should know how to pronounce it, but the way it's spelled is differently than the way it's pronounced, I believe. Hello, Nick Starro. Thanks for your super chat. Checked a few Lexus forums. Airbags rarely deploy in low-speed impacts and basically unheard of in rear-end low-speed impacts. Lots of housewives backing into parking poles, too expensive. I was saying that too. Thanks for getting some actual real data on that. So I don't understand why that airbag would be missing. Do you? What are your thoughts on why it's missing? Leo Bunker, thanks so much for your super chat. Can you elaborate on the exhibit remarking cause and effect? And does it materially impact anything? I think what they're going to do, what they're trying to do now is to renumber all of the exhibits that are actually coming into evidence. Many of them were pre-marked for identification, but they are not coming into evidence for various reasons. There is no real material effect other than it opens up room for error, because if they start mislabeling things, it's going to become very confusing. And it seems like a futile exercise, because just why can't you just leave the numbers as it is? What I think the judge is trying to do is she doesn't want the jury to see exhibits that are numbered 200, then 215, then 220, because then she thinks the jury's going to understand that there were, 14 exhibits between 200 and 215 that were not allowed into evidence. And somehow that's going to prejudice either side. I'm really not sure why she's doing it. I just don't think it's I think it's a waste of judicial resources, quite frankly. I don't know why it's necessary, but it's not my courtroom. Kim, thank you so much for your super chat, and good morning to you too in Canada. Rangers won last night, so that was real exciting. Game 1 of the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, so that's really cool. Sorry, all you Canes fans. Thanks for your super sticker on top. Very much. And also to Maureen Francis, who got in here early. Oh, the fan is on. The fan is on. And says, thank you for all of your coverage. I appreciate you, Maureen, as always. And to Stacy, for your cash apps, a couple in a row. No, something between McAlbert's and Sullivan's. Not sure what you're saying, Stacy. And also, if you guys care to send a Venmo or a Cash App, I will read your question on the air. If you want to remain anonymous, just write anon, please, in your message, and I will not say your name. Uncivil Law has questions. We have so many questions, Kurt, and we've been covering this case for months and months and months. We've looked at every single document we can get our hands on, and we have so many questions still. To this day, we have questions. It's just, I can't wait to hear what Gallagher says about this leaf blower and where he got it from, because they're claiming nobody came out of the house. Nobody came out of the house anywhere on the street, and therefore you shouldn't hold it against them. You shouldn't hold it against the Brian and Nicole Albert that they didn't come out of the house, because nobody else did either. So where did they get the leaf blower? Did he just bring it with him? Was it in his trunk? Is it something that they use in Massachusetts for crime scenes? It seems so strange to me. Dawn, thanks for your super chat. Pay attention to Bev. For those of you who are just joining, the judge is named Beverly Cannoni. She supposedly clears her throat before Lally's delayed objections. People in the court notice it. Yeah, they're thinking that they're doing signals, like it's like a Carol Burnett thing. Like, okay, this means like curveball, slider, fastball. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. So let's pay attention today, and maybe her sighing has some meaning. It's crazy. OnlyFans. Hello, Matt Bond in Australia. Says, thanks for your super chat. Hello, spiffy legal mumbo jumbo talkie sister from another mister. Yay, more courtroom only fan. Keeping up with the Kardashian cams. No body cams in this case, actually. There are no body cams. And you're going to find out also. Oh, here's another interesting little tidbit for those of you who have been covering with me for as many months as we have. The probable cause affidavit that was signed by Proctor, which was used to arrest Karen Reed back in February of 2022. The only first responder out of all of the firefighters and EMTs and paramedics who we have seen testify in court last week The only one who was mentioned in the probable cause affidavit of Proctor was Katie McLaughlin. And remember, she's the only one who was interviewed the day after on January 30th. So that's interesting. That probable cause affidavit was based on Katie McLaughlin's testimony that she heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him. And if you go back and read the statement says, I asked her about the injuries to John's face, and she replied, I hit him. I hit him. The injuries to his face. It's clearly right in there in the statement. Those of you who know. You read it with me. Yes, Leah. Lisa. Lisa says the I hit him got her arrested and charged. That's right. That's a good one. You spin me right round, baby. Right round. Like a record, baby. Thanks, Melissa, for the song lyric reference so early in the morning. Cookie Harris says the one's so important that she doesn't even write reports. She said it wasn't her job to write a report. And she said there was a police officer standing right there. And so she assumed that he heard it. And wasn't that police officer, Officer Saraf or Saraf? And you know who he reminds me of? Name that character. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. That's who he kind of reminds me of. Clinton, thank you for your cash app. Worried about the jury, stunned by the Crumbly verdict. I'm not worried about the jury in this case. I'm not worried about the jury in this case. I'm just not. Jurors don't leave their common sense at the door. All of these people sitting on the jury, there are 10 women and 7 men, I believe, are from the area. They live in the county. They know what goes on there. They've seen it for as long as they've been living there. And I think that they're not going to leave their common sense at the door. Here's another thing that I was interested that they did not pursue a little bit more on cross is the debrief. One of the firefighters or paramedics mentioned very briefly that they went back to the station to debrief. And those of you in the chat who are paramedics, EMTs, firefighters, know about debriefing after every call. And I would have liked to know a lot more about that debrief and what they talked about and how many times they debriefed this case after January 29th of 2022. Is this a case that they brought up frequently in training and in trying to improve their responses and their calls and their call time and their, on-scene procedures? Hi, Uncivil. Thanks for your chat. On this episode, as the fan turns. I know it's nauseating. That's why I try and make it little. Pauline Buckles says, hostile people in here. I've been watching the trial. I don't know what happened, but she said she thought she hit something. Well, Pauline, what you're going to find out is that she does in the morning when she goes to look for him, she backs into John O'Keefe's car in the driveway before pulling out. And we think that is how she may have cracked her taillight. And so when she's at the scene and she's grieving and she's freaking out, and every single person said, is that Wimpy? Heavy Hauler 617. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. She did say, I hit him. She says it was a question. I hit him. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And many of the first responders did say that that's what she said. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And I would submit to you that in a state of grief and panic and freaking out, and she really was the only one freaking out at the scene because we've seen video of Jen McCabe bending the ear of an officer for quite some time and then sneaking into the house. And Carrie Roberts, who is also there, neither one of them seemed distraught. Nobody testified that they were, and they also testified that Karen was the only one trying to save Officer O'Keefe's life. Karen Reed also did go on Nightline, I think it was Nightline, and said, did I hit him? It was a question. I think if you were to pull up to that scene and you were looking for your boyfriend who didn't come home, and it was the first time ever that he didn't come home because he would never leave his kids alone. He adopted his sister's 2 children after she tragically passed from glioblastoma very, very quickly. I think the diagnosis to death was something like 5.5 months. And then 2 months after his sister died, her husband died. And Officer O'Keefe stepped up and took in the 2 children and was raising them. And he would never stay out all night and not come home to the kids. And Karen was there and she woke up freaking out that he wasn't there. And so I think if you pull up to the place where you left your boyfriend and he's laying on the lawn dead, and that's the last place you saw him, it would strain credulity to think that anything else possibly could have happened to him because that's the last place you saw him. You wouldn't think that something else may have happened in the house and then he was dragged out there to die, which is the defense theory. And you may recall also that some of the first responders said, at least one of them said, that they thought that it was a viable arrest, meaning they thought that they could save him. Hi, Bernie. Thanks for your super chat. Melanie, may we have a gavel emoji for objections to Judge Bev? Oh, I have an actual gavel downstairs. I forgot to bring it up with me. There might be one in your regular emojis, but I will write that down. And I also, so if you have emoji ideas, certainly put them in there. I made a what if any emoji if somebody wants to put that up, any of the members. Oh, here they come, I think. I mean, the camera's moving. Hi, my miracle mama from Santa Cruz. Thanks for your super chat. Early here, but I can't miss your commentary, Melanie. This case is nuts. Nobody says I hit him like a statement. It's infuriating. See, miracle mama? You did not leave your common sense at the door either. Their volume's not up yet. They're top. I mean, there's closed captions up, which is kind of funny. They seem to be talking about exhibits. I have the closed captions on for you, but please don't rely on them because they're often wrong. Santa Cruz is awesome. Love it. Love it there. Thanks, Nurse Nick, for your first super chat. Yay, for the best Karen Read info. Thank you so much for your first super chat, and I am honored to be your first. Thank you very much. Mike, thanks for your super chat. When Vinnie Politan went to the scene, it dawned on him that the theory of the crime makes no sense. Karen pulled up 60 feet and slammed it in reverse in full view of Nagel. Lally has no workable timeline. Well, we're going to see from Nagel's statement and his testimony that he pulled away, or they pulled away. There were 3 of them in the car when Karen was still there. But we're also going to see that Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe kept looking out the window and saw the car there. So if they were looking out the window the whole time, why didn't they see her back up 60 feet in reverse? It doesn't make any sense to me. In fact, it strains credulity. Effing hippie. Thanks for your super chat. Once in a while, you can get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. That is a Grateful Dead quote, my friends. And there are so many that apply to this case. Every time I think about this case, things come to me, you know, effing hippie, this darkness got to give. What's it shaking on Shakedown Street? Used to be the heart of town. You know it's going to get stranger, so let's get on with the show. Let's go. Thanks, effing hippie. Love the song references. Persephone's Pomegranate, thanks for your super chat from Canada. Thanks for all your coverage and for making me feel more sane. My credulity remains unstrained. I know, Persephone. This is just, it's like you almost have to be watching it with people who get it, because if you're not and you try and watch it on Crime or Court TV, you are going to get very frustrated by the vitriol that's in the chat that goes unchecked. But we don't tolerate that here because my moderators are the best on YouTube. The absolute best on YouTube. Thanks, Dave the Pious, for your super chat and your $5 super chat. We almost need an I don't recall emoji with this trial. Not even almost. I think we're there. I don't recall. And listen, I'm going to tell you that I would prep my witnesses the same way. I would say, if you don't recall something, the answer is I don't recall. Because if you don't recall now, you can always recall later. If you say I don't remember means I don't remember and I never will. See what I'm saying? There's a very fine line there. So when I don't recall is something lawyers oftentimes prep their clients to say if they don't recall. Then their recollection can be refreshed by showing them a document. Does this refresh your recollection if we show you the report that you wrote on the date of the incident? Like so many of the first responders were cross-examined with last week. Well, you didn't write that in your report, did you? Well, no, I didn't write it in my report. But then when you got in front of the grand jury, you testified to something that was not in your original report, right? Well, yeah, that's true. Okay, so was your memory better on January 29th of 2022 or all the way in May when you testified in front of the grand jury? Is your memory better today than it was on January 29th of 2022? Are you lying then or are you lying now? Were you lying then or are you lying now? Magnolia Gypsy, thank you for being a member for 2 months. We should mark off witness list as they testify. Yes, we should. You have one in front of you. That's a great idea. I was going to print one up before we got started, and then I got sidetracked doing other things. Oh, there. Down. If people can find it.
Open, you may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I, counsel, identify?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and
All right.
copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death.
Oh, interesting.
It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place.
Snap.
The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented by.
Hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today.
Yeah.
And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect
Cumulative.
the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Oh my God.
Caitlin
This
Albert.
okay. This is the second time that she has had selective amnesia about Caitlin Albert's name. Does anybody remember this? I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. I'm already forgetting her name. What's her name? I don't remember what her name is. I don't remember Caitlin Albert. That is weird. And that indicates to me that she may even know who Caitlin Albert is and she's pretending to forget her name. Are you kidding me? Cumulative, exactly. It's not cumulative. She does not want everyone in the gallery and the media even hearing what he has to say. They were bombarded with emails last night with regard to photographs, yearbook photos, yearbook pages regarding the relationship with Katie McLaughlin. He outright said that she perjured herself on the stand because they're in possession of a picture from June of 2021 of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert at a baby shower together 6 months before the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. And he wants a ruling on this today. And she is trying her best to shut him up and is forgetting Caitlin Albert's name. I'm just taking that back a little tiny bit so you can hear her forget Caitlin Albert's name again. Right. Her brother represented Chris Albert. Her brother, the judge's brother, represented Chris Albert in a fatal motor vehicle accident case back in the 90s, where he fled the scene. The young student in the other car was killed, and he didn't turn himself into the police until 30 hours later with his attorney. But she's forgetting Caitlin Albert's name. Interesting.
When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
I'm sorry,
Albert.
what's her name?
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
No,
Scheduling purposes. So
today or tomorrow. Why? So Lally can call in Caitlin Albert tonight and re-prep her based on all of this new evidence? Okay. I've been trying to give this judge a fair shake, and I know that you guys are sending me emails all the time and commenting, and you're in the chat, and you think that this is so infuriating, and she's completely showing a bias towards the prosecution and against the defense, and you're swaying me onto your side. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, like, the feds are watching, the feds are watching, the feds are watching. She's going to have to try and be impartial. This is, I'm outraged. Can you give me some I am outraged emojis, please? Thank you so much. We can address this today or tomorrow, because Lally says, I don't know, maybe she says, what's her name again? I forget her name. Caitlin Albert. Oh yeah. When is she going to testify, Mr. Lally? Oh, midweek. It's Monday. What's midweek? Wednesday? And you're not going to address this now? This is time sensitive, and the time to address this is now, because what you've just done, Judge Cannoni, is you have infuriated, you have outraged every single person who went to high school with Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert, and now the floodgates are really going to open. Mark my words.
Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Ron.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while.
We
Is
got
he
time.
testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to
Um,
know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we'd exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
Okay. All right. So Teresa, thanks for your $10 super chat, is telling us that Caitlin Albert works as an inspector for the Massachusetts Attorney General. Is it the Massachusetts Attorney General or the Norfolk County DA's office? One or the other. She's in the system. So for her to pretend that she's got amnesia, that she doesn't remember who Caitlin Albert is or can't remember her name, or in one of the other prior motion hearings, didn't even remember that Brian Higgins was in the house and said, oh, is he even a relevant witness? This is frightening. Frightening on many, many levels.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second?
Wow.
right. Thank you. So we will, all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor.
The jury is not in the room, actually. Bruins fan, I'm already outraged and we are 5 minutes in. There's not enough coffee in front of me. Attorney General, she works for the Attorney General, and then MJ says she's an investigator, and then somebody says, Kate says, I was told Caitlin Albert no longer works for the Attorney General.
So I have exhibit book 8.
8.
Thank you.
Sheila says if she forgets so easy, she shouldn't be a judge. Period. Period. Thank you, Wild Cherry, for your super sticker. And on top for your super sticker. Kathy for the super sticker. Wild Cherry for another super sticker. And another super sticker from DZ. You guys are amazing. There's Paul and Erin O'Keefe. Paul is the brother of Officer John O'Keefe. Erin is his wife. They testified on day one. And in my opinion, they were very helpful witnesses to the defense. They had nice things to say about Karen. They said that Karen was very generous to the children. That is Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mom. And she's not sitting with the dad. We will see where the dad is sitting if he's in court today. Lily, I've noticed Paul O'Keefe keeps staring at Karen. Not sure if he's angry or trying to gauge her reaction to witnesses. I don't know. Seemed like when Erin testified, she seemed like she missed Karen, like she missed her as a friend. She was kind of sad about it. Here comes the jury.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Norfolk. I was right. I'm pronouncing it right.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and we appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
Sidebar. Counsel at sidebar. Thank you, Scorpio Moon, for being a member for a month. The judge is infuriating. She says, I don't trust her. Karen looks exhausted. And we know that she has MS and many other medical conditions, including Crohn's, has had many colon surgeries. Chris, thanks for your super chat. Do you think we'll see more of AJ and DY clearing the jurors and saying things to get on the record for a possible appeal? Bev has way too much power to manipulate this trial. Do you think we'll see more of them clearing the jurors? No, I think that any trial attorney has to make a record for appeal. So every single thing that is objectionable, that you disagree with, you have to make a record. It has to be done outside the presence of the jury, and they're right to do that. Let's see. It's too early to tell. I don't think a mistrial is in anyone's best interests here unless it's against the prosecution, in which case Karen could not be prosecuted again for these crimes. We have double jeopardy. A mistrial on behalf of the defense would mean that they could bring charges again against her. So I don't think that that would be a good thing to try for. But we'll see. She does have a lot of power, but she's going to have to overrule herself on those photos coming in. Unfortunately for her. Scorpio Moon, thanks again for another super sticker. I appreciate you. Lizzie, thank you, Lizzie, for the Venmo. Says, unbelievable today. Thanks, Melanie. Thanks, Lizzie. Very, very, very much. Wonder what the sidebar is about. And Clinton, thank you very much for the Cash App. How can the judge do this? He says, recuse. We went over for the motion to recuse. There was a motion to recuse made, I believe, over the summer. And I have a stream on that. There's a live show. I have a whole playlist on this case. I think we're up to like 30 videos, and I think we're up to well over 60 hours of coverage before the trial even started. And there is one particular stream that in the title, it says, should the judge have recused herself? And we went over the motion to recuse in detail. And we watched her rule from the bench on that. She was very insulted that anybody thought that she could not be fair, even though there was a Venmo payment on a big giant poster board from Julie Nagel to Ryan Nagel that said in the memo portion, for Frank and Beverly. Frank is Beverly Cannoni's husband. They have a house on the Cape. The argument was that the Nagels, who are witnesses in this case, one of them was inside the house at 34 Fairview. Julie was. The brother pulled up behind Karen Reed and is going to have favorable testimony for the defense. The judge said, well, that's not how I spell my name anyway, because it was Beverly with an EY instead of a Y. And I don't know those people. I've never rented out my house on the Cape. And when confronted with, or it was in the motion papers, that Sean McCabe, who is the brother of Matt McCabe, who is the husband of Jen McCabe, told Aidan Carney, when Aidan Carney asked him, what, do you have a direct line to the judge or something? And he had the audacity to write back in writing, oh, you mean Auntie Bev? Whose seaside cottage do you think we're going to bury your body under? So it then came out that the McCabe family has a summer house in the same area of the Cape, that the judge has a summer house, and that in fact they use the same beach access. Apparently the beach is similar to the Hamptons here. If you live on Dune Road in the Hamptons, you have to, if you live on the Bayside, you have to walk across the street for the beach access and go a little path to the ocean beach. Share the same beach access. She claims she didn't know the McCabes or Sean McCabe. Never rented out her house, and therefore she didn't have to recuse herself. Go back and watch it. It's a very interesting stream. Not right now. Maybe later today. And thank you, Melissa, for your Venmo, who says, thanks for all you've done to educate us on the law side of this as we watch together. I've been following this case since April 23 and started watching your analysis and coverage since you hopped on this crazy train. Anon, please. Anon, please.
Be mindful to step up. Morning.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallaghher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming a lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases, to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Ken?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Kelleher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of.
Lieutenant Kelleher lives across the street from 34 Fairview, and he checked his ring cameras for footage of the incident and told them that it didn't contain anything interesting, and nobody pursued that any further, just so you know.
Police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that, and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him, and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding to?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
What?
Subsequently, did you learn a different location and respond to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
32,
And that was
not 34.
dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you?
Okay. Are we supposed to believe that this Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, who's been with the department for what, 30 years, more than 30 years, misunderstood and went to John O'Keefe's house on Meadows, or was responding to Meadows before he realized he was going to the wrong place? And then found out he was just to go to 32 Fairview, which again is not the Albert residence. The Albert residence on the scene of this crime is 34 Fairview. So, Jason says he's throwing his buddies under the bus. Wow, it keeps getting stranger and stranger. So let's get on with the show.
Go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
You say winter gear. As far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
Oh,
And when you
body was
arrived,
already
what,
gone by
if
then.
anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was there at that time?
When I arrived, the three marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with them?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
No idea how he came to be where he was. Well, didn't somebody on the scene or more than one person on the scene already relay to Saraf, I hit him. So you're saying, but when you get there a little after 7 a.m., you had no idea how he got there. That's interesting.
To that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
At least 4 inches of snow. There's been so many differing accounts as to how much snow there was that night, that morning. That's ridiculous. That we keep hearing testimony because everyone has a different amount of snow that had fallen. What I find interesting is that he just said, and this is going to become a thing because I've been pointing this out since reading all of the witness statements with you. He said Kerry Roberts picked up Jen McCabe and Karen and drove them to go find O'Keefe. There is going to be conflicting testimony about whether Kerry Roberts went to Jen McCabe's house or whether Kerry Roberts met them at One Meadows, which is John's house. And to me, that's very important because people who are giving witness statements that same day should not differ. That's a very basic fact where Kerry Roberts reported to. So keep that in mind.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be
They declined to respond at that time. However, the Canton PD were supposed to be conflicted out of this case because the brother of the homeowner, Boston Police Officer Brian Albert, is Kevin Albert, who was a Canton police officer, and therefore they were supposed to be conflicted out of the case. He's saying, well, we still had jurisdiction because John O'Keefe was not dead yet. He was not pronounced dead till 7:50 a.m. There's going to be a lot of conflicting testimony about this as well. So pay attention, because this may be what gets Morrissey in to get to testify. Because Morrissey said there was a conflict. He just said we still had jurisdiction because Officer O'Keefe wasn't dead yet. Keep that in mind.
a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had two officers who could protect the scene while we processed it.
Okay, that is so much information in one question that we have to listen to everything that he just said, because there's so much importance in what he just said. First, he said leaf blower. Then he said snow blower. Then he said they did have crime tape. Then he said the crime tape wasn't important because there was nothing to secure and it kept blowing around. Then he said they saw a couple of pink drops in the snow. Pink, they're pink. He thought they might be blood, so he thought that they should process them. Okay, so let's go back. And I don't even remember what the question was because he's been permitted to ramble on. But there's a lot of information in this question, and you know that the defense attorneys are salivating as they each try and write down what he just said.
Had reached out to
Raise the question, please.
so Detective Sergeant Lag had reached out to North County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
What, if anything, do you and the other officers do with regard to the scene that Mr. O'Keefe had been located in? That's the question. Here's the ramble on answer.
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow blower.
A snow blower or a leaf
In
blower?
the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all.
Okay, he wanted to photograph the area. You're going to find out there are no photographs. So he wants to photograph the area. He wants to do the right thing. Where are the photographs?
All the cruisers away from the house. There was one cruiser, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and Mike, Detective Sergeant Lank, put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe can be found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow.
You had never processed a scene in the snow before. You live in New England. You live in Massachusetts, dude. I'm assuming you've been there for 30 years. You've never responded to a scene in the snow before. Am I insane? And so he thought that a leaf blower would be a good idea. Law enforcement in the chat, anybody with any common sense in the chat, do you believe this?
I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And
I don't know. Has anybody ever erected a tent when there's weather and you want to preserve a crime scene? Is that a thing that they do? They could erect, a tent like people put in their backyards sometimes for parties. Could you erect a tent over a crime scene in weather? This guy's never responded to a crime scene in the snow in New England in 30 years. Okay. He's trying to justify. That's right. Somebody said legitimize the use of a snowblower. First he said leaf blower, then he said snowblower. So I think it is an actual, I think it's the leaf blower. We're going to find out. Gabrielle says he's trying to legitimize the use of a snowblower and he's failing. Magnolia Gypsy says he knows the leaf blower was a terrible idea in retrospect. Kate says I can't even control a leaf blower in the summer, grass yard work, but everyone says it was a blizzard. Okay. Let's keep going.
prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
He knows what a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm is, But he doesn't know the difference between a leaf blower and a snow blower because he's used those two terms interchangeably throughout his testimony so far.
Yes.
Lally getting his exhibits out of the binder. You need to have these ready, sir. You know which documents you're going to ask him to look at. So have them out of your binder or out of the giant banker's box.
Okay.
They have decided to erect a NASCAR track outside my house today. So if you can hear it, let me know and I'll mute myself. I don't know if they're doing tree work out there. I don't know what's going on, but it's very loud.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
Yeah, a pop-up, right? Thank you. I thought, I was crazy, Lizzie. Pop-up to protect the scene. Now, I can't slow the chat because it screws up the algorithm. So if you want to slow the chat, you can just put your fingers onto the chat and it will slow down for you. And then you can read what you want to read.
Counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
Okay. The sidebar. We are a little behind, so if you are watching this trial on multiple devices, please do not.
Yes.
Spoilers, no spoilers.
Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So.
She's so smiley with the jury, but we've been watching this trial or this case and the motions hearings and everything else for many, many, many months. She had them stay after school yesterday to remark all of the exhibits.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Court Reporter is not happy. She's got to mark the exhibits and she's going to have to remark them all and everything's going to get screwed up in the record. That's just my prediction. Well, thanks, and Lucky We Trust. I have a Cheshire Cat emoji. I'll make that for tomorrow. Wow, there's a cougher. There's a cougher. Here's what I think should happen for this trial. There's coughing. There's like doors slamming and everything. Anybody ever go to the U.S. Open tennis matches?
All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally.
At the U.S. Open tennis matches, you're not allowed to leave your seat. You're not allowed to come back into the arena while they're playing tennis. You have to stand outside until there's a break, until they switch sides. Like a Broadway show. They're not going to let you walk down to your seat in the middle of an act and interrupt the performers and everyone's sitting around you. Bring cough drops and stop your coughing and your choking and your hacking and your spitting. Use a microphone and stop going in and out of the courtroom and slamming the door.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you could enlarge that just a bit. It looks like, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
These are your crime scene photographs. Well
I believe
done.
That's Exhibit 30.
Well done to you.
And if you could just describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at in this.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street. And it's documenting the conditions at the time.
Hi, DutyRon.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points, if on the past, or any, this is rated.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
DutyRon says, and I have been to many, many crime scenes in New York City with snow, and never ever was a leaf blower used by evidence collection or crime scene. DutyRon knows because he's retired from NYPD homicide for 25 years or more. And if you're not subscribed, go subscribe to DutyRon. He is my mentor and a very dear friend. A mentor for YouTube, anyway. Oh, they're showing the exhibit list again. Let's see. Dighton videos, 911 combined, CPD sallyport videos. Can't wait.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Great.
Have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe. Similar.
And you were dispatched to 32 Fairview. Why was that? Why was that? Was somebody immediately trying to distance Boston police officer Brian Albert's house from the crime scene where the dead body was found on the lawn? So you're proving that it was 34, but you said that you were dispatched to 32 Fairview. Anybody else picking up what he's laying down?
Just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene in the roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
Looks like 3 vehicles to me. I don't know. Am I blind? I'm seeing one in front of it, and then one to the right of it. Isn't that a vehicle there? Or is that a garbage can? Maybe I'm wrong. John O'Keefe voicemails. Oh, that was the only thing I got to see from that.
If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you. Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing.
Not really, because there's 3
Entire
cars in the
house
driveway.
from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the 3 cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Oh, DutyRon, if you're still here, wait till you see how they collect this blood evidence.
I believe that's Exhibit 31. And it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Object in the
When
center.
did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
CF McCarthy's surveillance, waterfall surveillance.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
Trampled. The scene was
As
trampled.
far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprint that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, where those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
What did you say? Footprints coming from the house? I want to hear that again.
His body was, where those footprints located.
They were located.
Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, where those footprints located.
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
He's asking about footprints between the house and where the body was found. He's saying he didn't observe any in the area, but do we have photographs? Was the leaf blower used before that? Pink spotting. He had a massive head wound to the back of his head, 3 inches in length, a massive gash to the back of the head. You know what they didn't find? Was a giant pool of blood. 3 pink spots that may have been coagulated blood. I don't know if they ever tested them. We'll find out. Yeah, Katie's like, so the footprints had name tags on them? I don't know. Did you do anything? Did you preserve the footprints anyway, in any way?
Didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
Jen walked up the driveway. We saw it in the video. Classy Lazzy from Tallahassee.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Mr. O'Keefe was found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The other flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
Wait, he was pointing the laser pointer at this large area, and he's saying that this is the berm. Didn't he say that he dug up the berm? So I thought that this was where the body was, that maybe the head was here and the body was here, but he said he dug up the berm and he's pointing at this as the berm. So is he saying that this is where the body was, or the body was behind this? Right. So what everyone thought was the body is actually the curb. Well, we're going to rewind that.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm.
He's pointing at the
that
berm.
separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
Behind it. Wow, that's interesting.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
Set, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
And next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm.
That's the berm.
And it's just a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Wow.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe
We all assumed when these photos were out there, maybe there's only one of them. I don't remember seeing this many of them, but that's where the body was. It's not. That's where they cleared off the berm to determine the edge of the roadway. And you're right, Madam Roz. He stated earlier he did that so he understood he could understand the location from the street.
is the last photograph. Ms. Gilman.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
So he was found on top of the snow. He was found on top of the snow. We have heard, we've read in motion papers that there was grass underneath his body, not snow, and that his phone was also found underneath his body, and no one has mentioned finding a phone yet. So he was found on top of snow. It had barely started snowing by 12:45 a.m., which is when the Commonwealth claims Karen Reed hit him and left him to die. And yet he was found on top of snow. Okay.
May I approach you on this?
Yes, yes, Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And have, what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that level?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser officer, Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
There are no pictures. Okay. DutyRon has sent me a message on the bat phone, and DutyRon, who, like I told you, was NYPD homicide detective for 25 plus years, says the proper way to look for evidence in the snow would be to put an open bottom tent over an area with an elevated heat lamp and melt the snow. Thermal image camera, metal detector, and sift the snow. But no, they used a leaf blower and didn't think the crime tape was necessary because it was windy. No tent. Embarrassing.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the
This is 7:02 a.m.
Can you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what, if anything, did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera footage?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
That tickles. Did the cruiser hit the soft shoulder?
The yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mullaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
And my apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
Apparently they don't have deheat or defrosters up there, Scott.
See Sergeant Good come into the picture right here. They're stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. See it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not.
You would have fixed the crime scene
You can
tape to
see
the
crime
cruiser?
scene tape going across the scene that way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there for a moment. So, Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video, what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
He said, what did you do to attempt to secure the scene or at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent?
Did you get a tent?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No.
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up over the scene?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Okay. Is there a difference, law enforcement friends in the chat, between a tent that you may use, a police issued tent, than a pop-up tent that you may use at a tailgate party at, let's say, a Patriots game or your kid's soccer game? Yeah, Megan, a fallen police officer, and this is the investigation. Sad. He didn't need to get a tent from the precinct or the HQ because he had a personal tent in his vehicle. Tailgate tent, pop-up, an 8x8. Couldn't put it up with stakes. Margaret Forensis Slattery says, when a case is a possible 1079, is the scene treated the same as if it is a confirmed 1079 DutyRon? Plus, that tent, says Team Brittany, would attract attention to the residents.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Yeah, if you could hit play from there. Lieutenant, what if anything are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's blowing around.
See, we did put up crime scene
Right there,
tape.
you can't see it.
Internet people, we did put it up. You can't see it though. It's blowing around. We tried our best.
Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before, in case there were any questions on how it was deployed. I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
Had him take a short video with what? With his cell phone? Remember, by the time that he gets there, it's like 7:04, and Officer Saraf, who's the first on scene, has already been there for at least 45 minutes, maybe longer, closer to an hour.
So showing you with this, you recognize that?
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
That's it. Take the photo away. He hasn't seen it before. He doesn't recognize it. No foundation. Bye-bye. Comes out. Take it away. Don't be giving ear signals and hand signals telling him what to do to get it in. He doesn't recognize it. He's never seen it before. The photo goes away. People are, this is absurd, says Brittany. Borders says literally embarrassing. Teresa says, are there pictures of where the body was before it was taken away? Nope. Nope. Yes, and we saw a video of Saraf, and he testified he was there before the body was taken away. No photos. Leeward says the Canton PD and EMT firefighters failed this police officer horribly. Scott says if John's brother doesn't see through this testimony, he will never believe Karen is innocent. Jason says through this entire trial, Karen Reed is the only one who gives a damn about John O'Keefe. Okay, Christopher, I'm glad that you're ahead, but do not, no spoilers, please.
Okay.
Okay. The fact that they're zooming in on her, having conversations with her attorney, which are privileged, so that the lip readers out there can decipher what they're saying, horrifies me. Okay. If this is the way it's going to be, because I saw this the other day too, and I didn't point it out, they close up on them when they're speaking to each other. They're almost picking up what they're saying with the microphones, and you can watch their lips move. And now we can see what's on his laptop screen. But that was part of the media order. It's disgusting. But you know, it's like a kangaroo court over here.
Thank you.
See, there was a little nose scratch. I don't know. Is that a signal?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Can't wait to hear where he got the leaf blower from.
And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going on?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run it.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see
He's
it exposing
justifying it.
cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots.
Oh, because you made them hotter?
As you see, we can control it.
Oh, yes. Very controlled.
We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
Okay. This is where the body was found, right? Because that's where the blood is. I don't see any mark where a body may have been laying there. But he's uncovering clear pieces of cocktail glass, which was called a drinking glass, by the way, a drinking glass in their report when they logged into heaven, not a cocktail glass. It has since morphed into a cocktail glass, a drinking glass. Some blood spatter, they claim, which is now turning red because he's heating it up with a leaf blower. This is not only horrifying, but embarrassing. I have secondhand embarrassment. What they do not find is any pieces of bright red tail light. Keep that in mind. And I still don't know where the body is or was. And now they are also contaminating the scene by their footprints. Am I insane? Am I in the Twilight Zone?
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just
Would you help him?
So Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We were concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
So what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it.
Sift.
I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. And the next video, man.
Is this a comedy? He got aggressive. Yeah, he said he got aggressive with it a little bit. Goody's phone footage. Get aggressive with that snow. But Snowcat Tish, you're not worried about the leaf blower contaminating the biological evidence. This is how they secure a crime scene
Third video, please.
in Canton. Is he worried that he might be stepping on other evidence, like taillight pieces, or? Here comes the heavy breathing.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
I wonder if Microdots will clean up the audio on that so we could hear what they were saying, because you could hear somebody speaking in that video, but I couldn't make it out. Oh, here. Now we're really getting aggressive with the snow blowing. Are you kidding me? Tracy, where, if anywhere, is the 3 liters of blood that John O'Keefe's body was missing? If my father's keeper, I want to know that too. Was there ever DNA testing done on the drinking glass? I don't know.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the right. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground,
Oh,
bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything else, did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now,
Blood and
Lieutenant,
glass
during
only.
the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
this is their whole thing. Nobody else came out of their house, so it's completely understandable and okay that the first responder, Boston police officer Brian Albert, and his wife, who lived inside the house on which the body was found, their bedroom windows overlook that part of the yard, in fact, and there's fire engines and ambulance and so how many cruisers and lights flashing and Karen yelling bloody murder. Nobody else came out of the house either. So it's completely understandable that homeowner, Boston police officer Brian Albert, didn't come out of his house. Is anybody else buying that argument?
And that includes the residents that you're in front of, as well as any other residences along that street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
Okay, and how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
Okay, Chief Berkowitz at the time was on medical leave. Does anybody remember that? AKA Berkey. He was on medical leave, but he was at headquarters and they had a meeting. What he didn't tell you is that they were able to find some large cups. He says large cups, find some large cups. I'm sure he's going to be crossing this where he found them, that they were in fact red Solo cups. Had they been used for beer pong the night before? We don't know. That's how they collected the blood. There's a photograph of it. It's going to come up. But Christy has a question in the chat. So all of my kind friends in the chat who know a lot about this case, Christy says, wait. I'm coming into this case cold. He's lost 3 liters of blood. That's not 3 liters of blood. Where's all the blood? I'm confused. I know one of you will help her understand. And welcome, Christy, to the Twilight Zone.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to the residence?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to. And I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
Oh, he knew Brian Albert.
Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area at home?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you?
There were no formal introductions done. Remember that witness statement that we looked at that said after formal introductions. So this is new information. He knew Brian Albert in a professional sense, this Lieutenant Gallagher. They went into the side door and there were people in the kitchen. So are they going to interview them in a group? Is this going to be a group interview? He doesn't say what time it is. Nobody's putting timestamps on any of this. But he is saying that Sergeant Lang returned to speak with Jen McCabe. So I'm assuming this is around 9 a.m. when Jen McCabe personally called Sergeant Lang and said, could you please come back? I have to add some things to my statement. Interesting.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
Oh, since,
And,
okay.
In reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
It's 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Okay, did anybody know, this is new information too, that Lieutenant Gallagher worked with Brian Higgins for 13 years when he worked at the DEA, and he also, we knew that he had an office at the Canton PD, Brian Higgins, because he went there at 1:30 a.m. to do some paperwork after the after party. But did anybody know that Lieutenant Gallagher had a personal relationship with Brian Higgins? New information to me.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our sallyport.
If you
Okay, he's jumping all over the place. I got to rewind this. Okay, first he was just testifying that at 9 a.m. he was in the kitchen. Then he testified that he knows Brian Higgins, but he may not have been there at the time. Now he's jumping to February 1st.
Later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DAA, how long did you work with the DAA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our sallyport.
If you could just describe to the jury, sort of what is it, sallyport, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure. It's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the sallyport that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the sallyport goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of sallyport 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that sallyport area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least a portion or the entirety of the sallyport video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
He doesn't know where the cameras are in the sallyport. This video evidence is going to be critical. So wait for it.
Get on that, sir.
CPD,
To a flash drive.
yes.
Okay. What is depicted on that, sir?
CPD sallyport videos.
General Como will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Portion that's February 1st. So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
At least the audio is better today, right? A little bit. What?
Why don't we take our morning recess?
Oh, morning recess.
Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
See if Mr. O'Keefe is there. This is a very, very tiny courtroom. Again, zooming in on Karen's conversations with her attorneys so that people can read her lips. This is really atrocious. It's atrocious that they're doing this. This is why cameras get kicked out of courtrooms. So let's hope that, nobody makes a big deal about this and they don't kick the camera out of the courtroom, because that's totally improper. Her conversations with her attorney
So we're
should not be
still in
on video.
So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes, because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something?
They just got
Do you want
Wi-Fi
to use the
last week.
flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue is that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen.
It's dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
So she couldn't open any of these files on the thumb drive that Lally gave her. She couldn't open them at home. So now they're going to have to figure out if they can get someone to open them. And Kate says, yeah, that's why they wanted their own expert. And they, thank goodness the defense does have their own expert so that they won't have these issues as such that we are seeing are very common with the Commonwealth. See what I did there? Very common with the Commonwealth. Yeah, this is why they wanted their own expert. I'm gonna take this down for a minute because nobody needs to look at that fan. Well, this has been interesting so far. We got to see the actual leaf blower in action. I didn't know we were going to get to see that. So that's really interesting. Thanks, DutyRon, for the super chat, for the 10 spot. And I did check my phone and I read exactly what you wrote. And I'm taking your word for it. Having done homicide scene investigation for over 25 years, I'm pretty sure you know what you're talking about. And for those of you who missed it earlier, DutyRon, who has an amazing channel, go subscribe to him if you're not already, said, here's how you look for evidence in the snow. You put an open bottom tent over an area with an elevated heat lamp and melt the snow. Thermal image camera, metal detector, and sift the snow. That, my friends, is how it should be done. CBC, thank you for your super chat. This court reporter feels this case wouldn't have happened if transcribed with incredulous interrogatory versus statement, I killed him, versus period. Correct. I agree. And you're a court reporter. It's all about the punctuation, isn't it? CBC, it's all about the punctuation. Ben George says the mishandling like this is almost grounds for a dismissal. That is what is called a Bowden defense, Bowden. They are permitted to use a Bowden defense in this case, in addition to a third-party culprit defense. So the Bowden defense has to do with the mishandling of evidence. Yeah, and they did make a motion to dismiss based on some false evidence that may or may not have been presented to the grand jury, and some misleading statements that were made to the grand jury, the minimizing of Proctor's relationships with many of the witnesses in this case. And then he testified in front of a federal grand jury that he actually did minimize his relationships to the people in the case. So that motion was denied, just like all of the other motions that we took a look at. So thanks for that. F and hippie, you plant ice, you're going to harvest wind. That's what they say in the Grateful Dead songbook. Thanks for your super chat. Maddie P, thanks for your super chat. With a leaf blower, car doors opening and closing, ambulance, fire trucks that have loud engine, and yet no one at the Alberts house woke up by the noise. No, they slept soundly until Jen McCabe went in the house and went into their bedroom and woke them up. Cam, thanks for your super chat. Can't believe he's allowed to narrate a video he couldn't recognize. Is one terrible, and plenty of case law that says narration of video isn't allowed. Cam is a third-year law student. I don't know if you've ever told us where you're at law school, but since you're currently studying this, I think that perhaps you can bring these videos to your professor and say, can you please show this to the class and tell them why this is how things should not be done? In fact, Yannetti said that that video that Michael Marcy made back in August of 2023 and published to the media from his conference room, in which I call the hostage video because it looks like somebody's off camera holding a gun to his head, possibly to make those statements, that Yannetti said that that video of District Attorney Marcy is being used in law school classrooms to teach students how not to behave as a DA. So that's interesting. Katie, thanks for your super chat. If you can't see a body outline, then you definitely would not see footprints from the house. Excellent, excellent point. Miss Garbage Brain, thanks for your super chat. I'm not sure who the puppet master is, but all these witnesses can be perfectly described as useful idiots. Thank you for that. And just to point out that my viewers' comments and opinions are not mine, so you cannot conflate them with mine, although many people might agree with you, Miss Garbage Brain. Thank you, MD, for your super sticker. Nashley66, thanks for your super chat. Karen doesn't realize she can go up to sidebars. I don't know. She has MS too, so she may not be very mobile right now. I don't know. San DB, thanks for your $2 super chat. No imprint of John, but there's blood. Yes, correct. MD, thanks for your super chat. Several rescue workers and Karen were all on John giving CPR, but no impressions in the snow. Wouldn't it be a mess around his body? That too is a great point. Calla Lily, thanks you for your $10 super chat. Thanks, Melanie. If I had an attorney like you here in Massachusetts, I'd feel safer. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Desert Cat, thanks for the 5. If a body was on my lawn, I'd be outraged if the cops didn't knock on my door and ask some questions. Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong. Shouldn't they at least have knocked on the door to make sure everyone inside was okay? At the very least. But you know what they did? You're going to find out. They called Sergeant Lank because he's a friendly. They were calling in a friendly. A couple of new members to welcome. Hello, Amanda. Thanks for becoming a member. And hello to Dawn. Thank you for becoming a member. And Lori for gifting 5 memberships. That's so very kind of you and generous. And they are distributed randomly. So congrats to everyone who got those memberships. Thank you, Heather, for your super sticker. I have questions. Became a new member. Welcome. Sandy B, only bleeding from his head. How is the blood spread 2 feet by 2 feet? I'm hearing some audio from the court. I don't know. There was only spatter. There's some evidence from the autopsy, I believe, that he lost something like 3 liters of blood. I don't see 3 liters of blood on the ground. Marcy, thank you for gifting a membership too.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, okay, maybe better with the lights. I'm sorry, Mr. Officer, maybe a little bit. If we could please put the lights back on.
Turn the lights back on. New Billy Joel song. Love that song.
Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our sallyport. You would come in sallyport 4, exit sallyport 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple of people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle? Or did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
And just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 a.m.
This video is terrible. It's hard to see. I full screened it for you so you could see a little bit better. Maybe you can go back and watch it later. It didn't really show much to me, but it's interesting that they use crime scene tape indoors. So once the car is secured in the sallyport, that's when they bust out the crime scene tape because I guess it's not windy in there. And that would be important. This is February 1st. So 3 days later. When the car was brought to the Canton sallyport, by the way, but Massachusetts State Police had jurisdiction, but still they towed the car back to Canton PD sallyport when there were other sallyports within the jurisdiction of MSP. 9:34. This is 9:34. The first one was 9:11.
Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the crowd today?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of the search warrants, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminal?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
Wanless.
So what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if it's not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m.
Not only is this crappy quality, but you see in the lower right-hand portion of this, you're seeing the reflection from the window in the courthouse on the screen, on the TV screen on which they're showing this video. Right, where are the pictures before taillight removal? Not seeing any of those, are we, Carrie? Nope.
If you could just pause it for one moment. Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. He places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
It's not allowed to narrate.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sallyport and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the taillight.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press it.
I don't know what the point was in removing it, MD. Great point. The time on this is 9:57:34. You can see the time along the bottom of the video there. Yeah, the time is jumping. It is. If you watch that clock.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
Thanks for a whole lot of nothing.
Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes,
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
that is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
A mocked cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
Brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
The area. Brought him to the area. Okay, somebody riddle me this. Riddle me this, friends. If Canton PD was conflicted off of this case on January 29th, why is the Canton PD lieutenant going to the scene with Proctor and a crash reconstructionist on February 1st? I thought they were conflicted out. Why is the vehicle in their sallyport, and why is Lieutenant Gallagher going with them to the scene?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Why don't you just tell Lally how this is going to go? You want me to strike? Like really? Are you really helping him that much? Was that a Lally help, or was she helping she doesn't need to help the defense, so.
Turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
That's the problem when you don't allow attorneys to state the grounds for their objection. That's the problem. That was her ruling at the beginning. You're not allowed to state the grounds for your objection. You just are allowed to say objection. So then the judge gets to guess what your grounds are. Okay. Objection, hearsay. I mean, then she can at least get a grasp on what is going on here. This is crazy. Lally said 30 minutes for each witness. Yeah. Funny how time slips away, isn't it?
If I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as
When was this phone call?
what, if anything, was that call?
From Berkey, who was on paid medical leave at the time? Hold on.
Draw your attention to February 4th of 2022.
February 4th, okay.
Working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He believed.
Sustain. I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Sidebar. She's going to see him at sidebar. Because you know what had happened was Sergeant Lank Sergeant Chief Berkowitz, the chief, who was on medical leave, just happened to be driving by. He came across another piece of evidence. No spoilers, please.
Road on February 4th. And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Wait, and strong, Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This will be fun. Buckle up. Right, Patty? That will call a break as soon as the defense starts their cross.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
What?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago.
What?
Prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
He's
And that
never.
interview,
Gallagher was never interviewed with regard to this case and his conduct in this case or his investigation of this case until 1 month ago. Does that blow your mind? Wow. I wonder why. Maybe he didn't want, maybe he's not playing. 1 month ago, he was interviewed with regard to his crime scene investigation of this case. And he was there with the leaf blower. And the first time he was ever interviewed by the Commonwealth was a month ago. I mean, we had some witness statements, but we never had one from him. But I just thought maybe it wasn't available because it was never turned over, never in any of the documents. It was never in any of the motion papers. But no, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, man with the leaf blower, was not interviewed until 1 month ago.
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully.
correct.
Oh, Tully was
So
there
Michael
too.
Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case.
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department.
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
Way.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023.
A
I
year later?
believe, it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of, deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Oh, so if Mr. Lally tells you that, it's a fact. He's 6'2", 217 pounds. Not in any reports. He didn't even know. He didn't even look to see where the body was. This strange credulity. I'm in the twilight zone, you guys. This trial was supposed to start on March 16th. He was not even interviewed or prepped, whatever you want to call it, until April 3rd of 2024. He was using the leaf blower at the scene. Are you kidding me?
Fair enough.
Hold on. They're laughing. I got to hear what this is.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough.
Gallery bursts out laughing.
For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but
Right.
for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west. a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
Wow, Detective Sergeant. DutyRon, I see that you're willing to come on audio only. I think that would be great on a break, but if you're still listening, does this horrify you? No diagram was made of where the evidence was, no measurements, no point, cross point. We just don't do that. We don't sketch, we don't measure. It's not what we do as a detective sergeant with the Canton PD. We don't do that. It's not what we do here. Not our procedure. Evidently, they don't measure at all, says Chrissy, the painter's daughter.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes,
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that,
yes.
but you didn't employ that technique here.
No,
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
sure, yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Kind of.
You just used the word guess.
Yes,
We would guess that's where his body was. We would guess that that's where his body was. They were guessing, folks. They were guessing. That should horrify you. This is a train wreck in motion. A train wreck. Anybody who's watched any movie, crime show, Law and Order for 20 years knows that usually there's like an outline of the body, like a little chalk sketch on a pavement, if that's where the body's found. They were guessing.
But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
no,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first.
Would never
The officers
happen.
are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
How about
That's
if
exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes,
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
that's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
evidence containers, he had to correct them. Plastic cups, I said, yeah.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Kelleher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Oh, okay. Let's make a determination about that. We're going to give exact precision. He didn't live exactly across the street from Brian Albert. He lived a little bit more in between 32 and 34, but we don't really know where the body was. We're just going to guess. And where this evidence was is kind of a guess too, because we didn't measure anything. And we didn't, we are trying a woman for second-degree murder. Are you kidding me? but he will give you exact testimony on where the lieutenant in charge of the detective lived across the street, but not really directly across the street from Brian Albert's house. Wow. Just wow.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene,
And he didn't come out of the house either.
a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
He's out on leave. He was out on medical leave.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area.
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically
Lucky you.
process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories?
Hmm.
What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Do tell.
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident.
Involved how? Involved how? From the prior night's incident. Which incident are we talking about here? Because so far, we haven't taken any impressions of any tire tracks on the lawn. There's nothing in your photos that indicate that there was any kind of motor vehicle accident at all. What incident from the night before are we talking about?
Outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang.
Taking it back.
People,
Street, if there, does that mean the people inside the house?
yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident. Outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lank, no issue at all.
Not in
Really?
your mind.
Not in my mind.
Sergeant Lank's a stand-up guy who only beat the crap out of somebody 20 years before that on behalf of another Albert. So you knew they had a long-standing relationship, but you didn't think Sergeant Lank was in any way not qualified, permitted, conflicted into taking statements from his buddy, Brian Albert, the homeowner. Wow. Okay. I thought you were doing a pretty good job until that, because your judgment is incredibly flawed. Incredibly flawed.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
Nope. He can
I'm
answer
gonna
that.
see you at sidebar.
No, he can answer that. Hold on. So he's telling us that he told Lank to go and get some initial statements from all the people that were present in the scene, you know, from the gathering the night before. And now the question is,
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm gonna see you at sidebar.
oh, they need to have a sidebar about this? No, absolutely. Did you know that he already went inside and took statements from those witnesses before you directed him to do that? Outside of your presence, inserting himself into another Albert family situation, just like in the Lapalito case. And now I submit to you that evidence is coming in. But who knows? Because I'm in the twilight zone with this case anyway. So, you know, what else?
Asked a quick question. Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lank to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
Okay. When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes,
about your interview?
yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yes, let's read the report that Tully took from you in April of 2024, the first report that you ever gave regarding this case involving.
Direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully?
No, you can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so
What?
you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific.
Tully's report is wrong. He is telling you that that is not what he told Tully, but that is what Tully wrote down. Pay attention, my friends, because in case you didn't catch that, no worries. We have a rewind button for that. It doesn't refresh his recollection because that's not what he said.
You didn't say tent, about the tent, and I'm asking, does that reflect at this point?
It doesn't.
Ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent, and I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
So if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Tully
Is there
lied in his
anything else
report.
that you-
Give me some sirens in the chat. Tully lied. Tully lied. Tully lied in his report. Wow. Just wow. First time he was interviewed was in April of 2024. This fine Lieutenant Paul Gallagher of the Canton PD, one of the first lieutenant detectives or detective sergeants to arrive on the scene after the body was taken away. And when he was first interviewed and Tully drafted the report, he put stuff in the report that this fine lieutenant sergeant detective didn't even say. Oh, yeah. Keeps getting stranger and stranger.
read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any.
Oh,
I didn't
read the whole
any
thing.
other part of the document.
Read the whole thing. One of these things is not like the other.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, please. Take as much time as you need. Cam, thanks for your super chat. Says,
Indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct.
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right. And if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Oh,
Okay.
really helpful.
And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
He said 32. So is he saying there's no footprints from the scene where he's calling the scene where maybe the body was, but maybe not because nobody marked where the body was and he didn't see the body and neither did Good or Lank because the body was already in the ambulance. So he's saying 32. So you didn't see any footprints from the scene of where you think the body may have been, where you were using the leaf blower to 32 or to 34. Let's close that loop.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
The neighbor who's
We asked
also
him
the
if he had any,
lieutenant.
plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
Lieutenant Kelleher of the Canton PD, who lives not really across the street, but kind of across the street in between 33, is the one who gave them the red Solo cups to collect the blood in. Can you make this up? I mean, we knew it was a neighbor. We theorized it was a neighbor. We didn't know the neighbor was the lieutenant. What is he, the lieutenant chief of detectives of the Canton PD? His boss across the street gave them the Solo cups. Were they used for beer pong the night before? No, you can't. You cannot make this up. And he knew that he was giving giving this red Solo cups to his own guys, his own detectives to collect blood samples. If he had red Solo cups in his house, why didn't he have any evidence collection containers in his house? Would that be crazy? I can't. I literally can't.
How far were you from
Cough.
Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Canton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
That's my next question is certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure,
But
yes,
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
correct.
Did you go to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it could be viable. Leeward says, not sure this guy knows how foolish he sounds. You know what I think? I think he is 100% telling the truth. That's what I think. I think he is 100% telling the truth. And he's just telling it like it is. He's not going to get up there. They knew that he was going to tell the truth. And that's why nobody interviewed him until 1 month ago, my friends. 1 month ago, more than 2 years after Boston police officer John O'Keefe was murdered. This Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I submit to you, is a stand-up guy who is telling the truth as he knows it, as he remembers it to be. He's got no skin in this game other than to tell the truth, and that is why he was never interviewed. Tell me if you think I'm right or wrong. It's my opinion.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups,
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
John bagged it. He's not trying to hide anything. You're right. He's like, I'm not risking my pension for this case.
do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure, Sergeant Lank.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of
Oh,
course not.
of course
Nothing
not.
about the scene was standard.
Nothing about the scene was standard. There's an admission. Nothing about the scene was standard. We screwed it up. We know we did. I'm embarrassed to be here. And I'm just going to tell you like it is. Yes, nothing about this was standard. Everything was handled poorly. I am embarrassed to sit here and tell you all of this because this was the death of a brother in blue, and I can't believe it was handled this way. That's what I'm getting from him.
Standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche.
That's great. Hold on. Comedy gold. Rewind.
Sure what you mean.
You mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
He's like, I really, really, really want to tell you.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I really, really, really want to tell you. I'm not risking my pension, folks.
I'll show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I needed. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, a portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I
plastic
did.
Material.
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
Certainly didn't see 45 pieces of red tail light while you're out there, did you? Nope. Gallagher is not going down with the ship. He gave it up. Didn't see the sneaker, didn't see the black hat, but he's not going down with the ship. The Titanic is sinking and he's not playing violin on the deck. He's jumping into a lifeboat right about now.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
How do you know?
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was reason that I didn't think that.
Reasoning. Oh,
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No. No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right.
You're familiar with what probable cause is, but you've never handled a homicide investigation before. Didn't he just say that? He's never handled a homicide investigation before, but he knows what probable cause is, and he absolutely did not think there was any probable cause to go inside the house, not even to see if anybody else in the house could be hurt or dead. Right. How would you reason that it came from a bar? Who told you that story? Who told you they were at a bar the night before? Chat's moving quickly, but yeah, Christy at Painter's Daughter, how would you reason it came from a bar? That's a distance away. Didn't think maybe it came from inside the house? I've been screaming this into a closet from day one when I heard about this case. Nobody ever went in the house to see if they had those same kind of glasses inside the house. Wouldn't that make sense? Absolutely not, he says. Isn't the possibility of blood in the house? Does that constitute probable cause, says Gregory Adams? We're in the twilight zone, my friends. Welcome. Welcome. Because he was told, Aunt Bibi says, because he was told they were at a bar. Okay, right. A dead body in your front yard, says Cindy, of a person that was coming to a party in that house. No probable cause. No. No probable cause at all. Didn't he say earlier he went inside? We're going to hear. We're going to see.
Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that
So he's the one who said they should recuse themselves. It wasn't Berkowitz. He said he agreed with me. I didn't agree with him. He agreed with me.
after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Semantics?
Sustained. Go ahead, move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Uh,
Sergeant Lake was a friendly, sir?
Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You know that they
Uh,
didn't.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So I,
In general.
so in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day,
Never socialized with him?
no. Not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present?
Oh.
Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house. Yes. Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Want
Again,
to take that back a second? Yeah, Jen McCabe called Lank personally around 9 a.m. to come back because she wanted to add some things to her statement. The interview was not recorded. He did not take any notes. And he, Lieutenant Gallagher, did not write a report with regard to this additional statement by Jen McCabe, whose sister, Nicole, was the homeowner at 34 Fairview, married to Brian Albert.
Other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house. Yes. Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
Why?
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Was he hiding in
I
the
don't recall
bathroom?
who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been.
You,
I can't say with certainty.
you know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian
Oh.
Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
Well, Higgins took a federal proffer. Remember that. So he's flipped, taking a deal with the feds on this case. So I'm sure they have all his phone data, even though he went to Cape Cod and cracked his SIM card in half and destroyed his phone with the permission of the victim advocate in this case, or the go-ahead, let's say. I'm sure they have all of his phone records and metadata, so maybe they know he was in the house. What was he hiding in the bathroom? And he's friends with Higgins, so he doesn't want to lie and get him in any more trouble. But this is bizarre.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes,
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
again, I don't recall that.
Interesting.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes,
Key card.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing. If you're not a Canton police officer, to have a key card and full access to the station.
there were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sallyport?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is,
The question was, who has access to the sallyport? Let's hear that again.
don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the sallyport?
Sallyport.
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street.
How would the jury be
dead
familiar with the
on,
building?
It's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, this is not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
Bev
All right,
wants
we're
a
going to
break.
take a 5-10 minute break.
Bev wants a break. Cam, thanks for your super chat. The trial is obviously long, but after opening statements and up to this point, I can assure you jurors are looking for anything that makes sense, says our in-house law student, Cam. Maddie, thanks for your super sticker. Can we report this? The cameras? I don't know to whom you'd report it, but it is improper that they are trying to get conversations between attorney client, in my opinion. As always, everything I say here is in my opinion only. And they're back, so we're gonna catch up to real time right now so that we will be on real time. Isn't that fun?
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Oh,
Let's hear say. Move to strike, Your Honor.
that's your say.
I'll strike the end of that.
It is.
Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw him go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Ah, did you photograph anyone inside the home for any injuries or anything like that? Oh, you know he's got receipts on that. Maybe someone in the home had some injuries and there might be some photos surfacing. Just saying, maybe. He wouldn't ask if he didn't have it.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure. Yes.
Sure. Why not? Don't
And I
separate
think you
anybody.
already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
No.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jen McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the sallyport?
I was probably one of them. The sallyport doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that sallyport since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the sallyport, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
Who
From
had
the
access to
time
it?
That SUV arrived and was situated in the sallyport, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access or access to the sallyport, or is that one, are you asking one of
One and the
the?
same,
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so it's
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that sallyport and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the sallyport, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the sallyport along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the sallyport on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the sallyport?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the sallyport, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
Other than our
You
evidence.
indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest,
I
correct?
said that.
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So.
Oh, just
they could
interviews.
Take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well, you
but it
also-
wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
So appearances are important then, you would agree. So now there's not a conflict, just the appearance of a conflict. Backpedal, backpedal, backpedal. Getting a little snarky now. Okay. Did you see a German Shepherd? I want to know that too. Wow.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand.
You don't, you also don't believe there's probable cause to search the house. So really, what do you know? You think it was just an appearance of a conflict, not a conflict? I think that was allowed in. I'm going to go back.
In the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
Oh, striking it. Yeah. Thank you, GP Dog Drool. But the appearance of a conflict with the judge
So
doesn't
Canton Police
justify
Department
recusal.
was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
Did you hear that? During the removal of the taillight, it shattered and pieces fell all over the ground in the sallyport. That's how the taillight became shattered, my friends. That's how it became shattered. That's what he just told you. Oop, there it is. Oop, there it is. What song is that? Oop, there it is. We need to rewind for emphasis, people. Oop, there it is.
To
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes,
There it is. During the course of the removal of that taillight in your sallyport, that taillight was broken. Yes. Shattered. Yes. Pieces were falling on the ground. Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
Not at that point. You know, they were falling on the ground. They were falling on the ground at 34 Fairview. That's where they were falling on the ground. I'm just saying. When Wanless removed that taillight, that's when it shattered. He just told you that. It's not a conspiracy. We're not spewing conspiracy theories over here. This is what Lieutenant Paul Gallagher has just told you under penalties of perjury, under the pains and penalties of perjury. Okay?
So now we do have evidence that that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the sallyport in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, the
Oh.
light was broken even more.
He's claiming it wasn't even broken to begin with. I don't understand what you mean by broken more. No, it was just broken when they took it out. It wasn't broken more because it wasn't broken before that. Lally not bringing this out on direct is putting him in furrows, my friends, furrows of trouble. Let's see some dig emojis in the chat, shall we?
No, more part.
During the removal process.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
Broken
During
more.
the removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
Look at the face. Don't even clean it up. Just let it sit there.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay.
Not
Do
sure.
you
Look
recall?
at Karen's
if
face. She's like, yeah, you
pieces or
were.
Parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Maybe not while he was removing it, but maybe after he removed it, he dropped it on the floor. This is insane.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
Hi, Cal.
You were at the location the location of the sallyport on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry.
Testified.
Mistake. February 1st.
Oh, testified now. That was February 1st.
You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It's was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No,
So how do you
You're
know?
a supervisor at Canton PD.
That's
Why would you
correct.
not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy
but I
Chief,
don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives,
No,
any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log.
Oh, there you go.
Evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, chain of custody is important, right?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. And I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Lally's asleep.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
She's really, this is like romper room over here. Lally, did you see what he just handed the witness? Why don't you go over there and take a look at it and make sure that you really want it to be allowed into evidence, Lally?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken?
Yes.
Based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record
Being
everything you say.
marked. Again, with the focusing on, this time she's at least covering her mouth so they can't read lips about what she's saying to her attorneys, but give me a break with that. Got the crime scene tape inside the sallyport to stick
Okay.
or to be secured.
With the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a quick, a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38. Does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay. That does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Stop and Shop.
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile.
Stop and Shop has entered the chat. Stop and Shop has entered the trial. The evidence was collected in red Solo cups obtained from the deputy chief, Tom Kelleher, who lived kind of across the street from John O'Keefe, but not exactly. He gave them some red Solo cups, and then they put it into a Stop and Shop bag, and it is now sitting in the sallyport next to the vehicle on February 1st of 2022, 3 days post the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. Yes, my friends, this is how the death of a Boston police officer is investigated in Canton, Mass. Look at it and weep.
Sterile,
Correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do
You know
not
where
recall.
Sergeant Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39.
Oop, there it is.
Take a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag
I do,
with the same markings?
yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
They are to the rear of the vehicle, yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
Yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 Solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which should be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
it's a Kubota, yes,
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
you can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Now we can measure things. But we're not going to measure on scene where the evidence was found. We're not going to measure that. We're not going to measure where the body was, but we're going to measure now that you can accurately say it's 3 feet from the rear vehicle of the wheel. So you can now say accurate measurements when it doesn't really freaking matter. Doesn't matter, really. What matters is, where the body was, where the evidence was collected at the scene. And it's position with regard to the body. But let's be real clear that that rag is or that bag, the rag or the bag, either one, the rag or the bag is 3 feet from the rear wheel of the Lexus, right?
Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Um, Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Okay, thanks.
in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, no, he didn't. But now that idea is in the jury's mind that if somebody wanted to, they could touch that blood and they could touch the taillight pieces or they could touch the bumper because that DNA is now, if it's Officer O'Keefe's blood, which we still don't even know unless it was the blood of a perpetrator or a different third-party culprit or otherwise, somebody could absolutely touch that blood because it was right next to the vehicle. Look at his face. Look at his face. And now, even though that objection was sustained, it's in the jury's mind. And that, my friends, is what you call a very skilled cross-examination.
Back of the easily thing on that cross-contamination could even be worse.
It's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
And in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
So not inadvertent, but as such intentional. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
An opportunity for evidence tampering. Of course it could.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Somebody said the new Furman. He wasn't even there, but I don't think he was there, was he?
Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, briefly. Just briefly, Your Honor. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's going to be brief. And the whispering. We can hear the whispering.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
He's one of the best investigators. He's one of Canton PD's best investigators. So that would mean then, wouldn't it, Lieutenant Gallagher, that one of your best investigators would certainly know how to prep witnesses, wouldn't he? He's one of your best investigators, so he certainly might know how to, as such, contaminate a crime scene, right? Or as such, now that he's one of your best investigators, doesn't that make this even more sus? Because wouldn't that perhaps maybe as such now point to him as such being one of the third-party culprits or helpers of third-party culprits as such, maybe perhaps? He's one of their best investigators, so he would know how to coach witnesses collect evidence. That's interesting. Thoughts, concerns, opinions? Welcome in the chat.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
So let's just unpack this a minute, shall we? So, Lieutenant Gallagher, you knew that Sergeant Lank had a relationship with Brian Albert, and you knew that you relied on him to take these witness statements of the people that were in the house. And despite that fact, you relied on those witness statements, and never in a million years have you ever had a witness tell you something that was untrue. And so you had no reason to believe that because those people who are friends with Sergeant Lank told you that the last place he was seen was in the location where his body was found, he said, right? On the lawn, not at the waterfall. So did they see him last on the lawn, these people, or did they see him last at the waterfall? And so you had no reason to believe that they were lying because witnesses always tell the truth. Witnesses are never mistaken. They are never intentionally misleading police. They are absolutely always telling the truth, right? This defies logic. It strains credulity. And for emphasis, I'm going to play this back for you. We relied on the witnesses that are friends with Sergeant Lank.
Some questions in regard to well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found.
Where he was found. Where was he found? In the lawn. Nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found on the lawn. He was found on the lawn. He wasn't found at the waterfall. Am I insane? There's now a car alarm going on outside my window in addition to a NASCAR race, but we're going to keep going.
And that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to with regard to the criminal list and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the sallyport. You mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as,
That's not what he said before. Hold on a second.
clip from the back of the taillight in order,
That's correct.
and is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about.
Nothing was broken
Not a yes or no.
during the removal. So what? It just fell apart. It was already broken. So when they took it out, it just fell apart. He said it was broken, but question broken more. Yeah. He said it was shattered as they removed it. Yep. Right. I thought he said it broke. He did. Now it's not broken. This is all over removal of the clip. Yeah, they removed the clip to get it out. He said it shattered more as they removed it earlier. Yes, he did. We heard it, right? We're not crazy. Pat says, so if it shattered at the sallyport, that means it was not shattered by Karen hitting John. Okay. Earlier, he meant it was shattered before it was removed, meaning while it was removed, it was shattered. Okay. I'm really confused now.
No answer.
Now he's going to move on to
Just pops
cross-contamination.
into
We're
the-
going to hear this again.
You mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
Let's see the video.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers.
3
And
days
that's
later.
why, I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. There wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the sallyport area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay,
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
correct.
ask him questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
No probable cause.
All set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay.
No probable cause. He likes that. No probable cause.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
Wow. Good. 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 Good is coming up. Wow. That was a train wreck for the Commonwealth. What say you? I mean, Are we kidding here with this? You know she's going to go to lunch soon. She's going to break from, what time is it? It is 12:47 here on the East Coast, so I don't know how much they're going to get through with Sergeant Good.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described as well?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
So that's interesting to me because remember that the dispatch report that Officer Saraf testified about dispatched the officers to the location of 32 Fairview, not 34 Fairview. And he's telling us that there are no civilian dispatchers, that all of the police officers and sergeants are the ones taking the calls. So was that a typo or what they like to call a scrivener's error of 32 Fairview, or was the 911 called in as 32 Fairview? I guess we'll find out when we hear the 911 call. But in case you were wondering, there are no civilian dispatchers. They are all actual police officers, sergeants, detectives, etc.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Running a switchboard is no joke. No joke. It's not easy.
When people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously, we would handle it. But if it's fire medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and the 29th. At some point during your shift, what kind of thing did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police Station?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody, but he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually, could be U.S. Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. You know, if Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see.
So Higgins, just in case you're just joining or you're just confused.
Any sort of
Higgins reported back to Canton Police PD because he has an office there at about 1:30 a.m. After it is alleged that Karen Reed hit and killed her boyfriend, Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe, and left him to die in the cold. 1:30 a.m., Brian Higgins goes back to Canton PD where he has an office, and this officer who is sitting in the dispatch room on overnights saw him come in, didn't really think anything of it, but he's going to tell us that's where Brian Higgins was. Okay, after he left the after party at 34 Fairview. Didn't really think anything of it, though. Just putting him in the location.
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that'd be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to vehicles in the parking lot beyond sort of personal vehicles in the marked units belonging to Canton Police. With regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what if any vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what if anything was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
I always feel like somebody's
Working,
watching me.
That sort of 911 dispatch area desk. At some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
What time was it? Who made the call? Was it Carrie? Because I think Carrie Roberts says that she called around to the police station and the hospital to see if John O'Keefe was brought in anywhere or turned up. But yeah, what time was this call?
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to take that back and say what he says, she said. And is that call recorded? Aren't all calls into the police station recorded? Did you lock up so-and-so? So she was asking if he was locked up?
That sort of 911 dispatch area desk. At some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Be exhibit 35.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay.
Is this a transcript of the
Hold on
call?
1 second, please.
How about a recording? We can hear it?
Number. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and we'll be on foot, so.
No.
I think he probably another guy and perhaps got it someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that.
He lives on Meadow, down Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and you, where, so like, home, you said you grew up?
But this girl said, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously he came home, and he had custody with me to nephew from the parents' bachelor.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home, and so she nervous because he never even probably.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so probably you're in hospital, and you'll be happening. I personally think he someone probably picked him up in the back, I don't know.
Yeah, wait, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I think, well, again, if you want, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a government patient, and talk to us, but I mean, as right now, it's more, he did get home last night, he's this comment, sometimes we'll have it with him.
No, that's why. That's what she did, he didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured, I called her in the hospital, I said, call Canton Police just to make sure, if they go on a different, complete representative, especially for police, if anybody's going to take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I was going to die,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here, but we haven't get any calls, anything like that, nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem, good luck.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
I absolutely heard like zero. I understood zero of that, and I have an earbud in. So we're going to take it back and we're going to listen to it again. I'd rather see a transcript of this call than this call, because a lot of you said you heard her say something about the Alberts house. I understood mostly nothing about that call, but let's see if we can listen to it again and try and decipher some part of it anyway. I'm going to turn off the captions this time, because since they're often wrong, I think it's going to be more harmful than helpful. But let's hear.
Can't believe sounds good. Can't believe sounds good.
Canton Police, Sergeant Good. Got that much. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night.
We were at Waterfall.
She said we were at Waterfall, sounds like.
And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't touch anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe.
Now she is concerned. That's like all I can understand.
Yeah, he's a Boston cop.
He's a Boston cop. I got that much. They were at the Waterfall.
Yeah,
no.
I think he probably got a ride and tapped out at someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that.
Did you pick anybody up? They were at a cop's house, I think she said. Hold on. I'm going to rewind a little bit.
No.
I think he probably got a ride and tapped out at someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody.
Did you pick somebody up outside of someone's house? Is that what she said?
Or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow.
Where does he live? He lives on Meadows.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and you where? So like home, you said you grew up?
This girl said, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And then he left, and then at some point.
So I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously came home, and he had custody with me to nephew from the parents' bachelor.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even probably.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, So probably area hospital, you know, we got it. I personally think you probably, someone probably picked him up in the back there. I don't know.
Yeah, where, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it's to be driven by you. She would have to, call in a government patient, and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, he's just at home, saying, this comment, sometimes we'll have with him.
No, that's why. That's what she did, he didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the area hospital, I said, I'll call Canton police just to make sure.
She said, I called some hospitals. I'll call Canton police.
Even if they don't, they can, who's up with anyone, that's people, if anybody puts it from us.
Yeah. Okay.
And we are going to tie it up.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here.
She laughed. Carrie was not at the waterfall. That's correct.
But we haven't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. Alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay,
See ya.
bye-bye.
Like, okay, good luck. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton police station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
Thanks, Bama girl. She says y'all need to buckle up and hold on. That's all I could say. I love no spoilers. Thank you. We're a little bit behind.
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Okay.
No, please just put one, whatever it's.
Yes, I need to return to 34th, 34th Union Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, I can't please, no, you can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, all right.
It's just the house, right, that line.
I can keep going, like, you have to have it, so keep it.
Can't set line, just so you can.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the market? I don't see blanket Harry.
911, emergency.
I immediately to 34th Union Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the truck that's in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34th, the Albert resident, yeah, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay,
34th UPN map, yes.
911, that's not important, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34th Union Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, did he
you.
Okay, what's going on? Is he right now?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that somebody?
That's his girlfriend. He has short feet.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. If he's carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. There's two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have the fire department going, they just get it.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department all the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm better. I know, I'm not home with the interviews. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off the hill.
You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking Congress about me, and I
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up?
yeah,
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now, take the pill,
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside.
Yeah, we're going to back this up all the way. I'm going to put it on a slower speed so maybe we can hear it. Somebody says her whispering is weird AF. She's way too calm, some people are saying. It's her friend of 10 years. It's a Boston police officer, and she just says there's a man passed out in the snow. This is Mrs. O'Keefe and I guess another relative. I'm not sure who. Let's see if listening to it on a slower speed is going to help us at all. It's worth a try, right?
Yes, I need someone to come to third floor. She's, 37 years old. She is that the man passed out in the snow.
I need somebody to come to 34 Fairview Ave in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow. Take that back a second, and we're on a slower speed now. So we're going to hear it. This is the official 911 call. The better audio of this that's floating around on YouTube is not the official 911 call. That's the recording that was made on John's voicemail when Karen dropped the phone in the back seat of the car from which this call is made. This is the official 911 call that I have never heard before.
She is that the man passed out in the snow. Yeah. I think he's
I think he says we're going to transfer you to Canton PD, and then you can hear Karen screaming in the background. Bloody murder. But nobody wakes up inside the house and nobody comes out. I'm going to see if it's even more helpful to slow this down, even just a touch more. She's being transferred now to, I believe, Canton PD.
What's going on?
This is a guy on the top of in the snow.
In the snow.
There's a guy, something in the snow.
What's
going on?
This is a guy on the top of in the snow.
In the snow.
Yeah, so for the Albert residence, yeah, I just pulled up the
34 Fairview. Man unresponsive in the snow. She said it's the Albert residence. I didn't catch that. I'm going to take it back.
32 Fairview. Okay. Okay. What's going on? Is he face down? Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Who's that in the background? That's her. That's his girlfriend, Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he? 46. How long has he been outside?
How long has he been outside?
I don't know. He got out of the car.
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car. I don't know if he could have been what?
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to talk about it and they just get it. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
Did she say that? Team Brittany says, already pushing the narrative. I don't know if she could have hit him. I have an earbud in and I can barely make out anything. I'm hoping we'll be able to find some cleaned up audio for later.
They don't feel comfortable doing so. Okay. All right, we have a fire department and the police coming on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I can't. I'll hang up with you and if anything changes, you can give us a call back where you get those
I know, Mama, all of the interviews, I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off completely. Kelly, you gotta get off the head.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved? Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up? Okay, please, no face. Now, take the full
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15.
Okay, we're going to go back to regular speed now because that was kind of useless for later. Let's hope we can, we'll get something better.
Seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any. Something coming out of the building. One of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one of them is doing CPR. Yes. All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way. Okay, thank you.
Something about CPR. Let's take that back on slower speed.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any. Something coming out of the building. One of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one of them is doing CPR.
One of the girls is doing CPR.
All right, she wants CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back when he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way. Okay, thank you. What is that?
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Kind of useless in my opinion.
And so.
Heartbreaking,
upon
but
receiving
useless.
that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why then?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for Madam Court Reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
Anybody else think it was odd? I know we couldn't hear much of those 911 calls, but did anybody else think it was odd that she didn't say officer down? My dear friend of 10 years, John O'Keefe, is laying on the front lawn at 34 Fairview, my sister's house, which is owned by a Boston police officer. I have said before that I thought she was strangely calm during that call. And people have come into the comments and said, so everybody acts differently under pressure. You know, some people can be very calm in those type of situations. It was her friend of 10 years. I'm horrified by that. I don't know about you. There's no officer. There's a man in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man unresponsive in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive. You should send somebody. That was Jen McCabe. in front of her sister's house, talking about her dear friend, John O'Keefe of 10 years, who she begged to come out and meet them at the waterfall that night, who may or may not have Googled at 2:27 a.m., Haas long to die in cold.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve you?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, at Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat, has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat. They're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the link, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a dash out. You recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
that is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
General Con will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Close your envelopes, leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
Does anybody know what time they're coming back? Did they say? If you're ahead?
Lieutenant Ray here, in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with
Lieutenant Ray here. All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here, in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
So
Well,
no
then-
I
Lank?
really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
No Lank today?
Okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
All right, well, what time are we coming back? She just walks off?
With
You know?
Sergeant Good and
Release anybody who's not. Or
Exhibit 41.
Close your envelopes,
Nope.
leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
Come back at 2. It's what time is it? It's 1:34. I wanted to teleport us into a different stream for the afternoon feed. So let's take a look at some of these super chats. Super chat. Hello, my super chatting friends. Thank you, South by Southwest 4x4 Explorers. Why was the inside of the house not searched? Because he didn't think it was necessary at all. Didn't think it was any part of the procedure, according to the witness that testified right before this one, Gallagher. MD, thanks for the $5. Don't need footprints to house. How about footprints from parked Ford Edge to body, the part they shoveled? Yeah. Maybe. Hi, Laura. Thanks for your super chat. I have so much work to catch up on, but is it necessary that I watch this? And I am furious, but it is necessary, she says. What can we do about this? Surely not sit back and watch. For now, that's all we can do, Laura, and be outraged together. Aunt BB, thanks for your super chat. Wasn't Chloe at the house? There's no way with all these people in the front. She wasn't barking, etc. I can't believe they slept through this. You know what? I think a lot of people can't believe that, Aunt BB. And it strains credulity, but that's what we're going with here, right, my friends? That's what we're going with. I don't get it either, but they want us to believe that. Charlie's Angels says, Melanie, I gave the defense information. Thanks, Charlie's Angels. You are Charlie's Angels, I guess. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but thanks for your super chat. Julie, thank you. From Canada, they guessed her freedom is at stake. Yep. They're just guessing. Dennis Ballin, thank you so much from Canada for the super chat. Fantastic insight. Thanks. I'm glued to your channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Steph, thank you for your super sticker as always. Cam is at the University of Missouri Law School. Go Tigers. Guess you're getting through finals right about now. F and Hippie, thanks for the super chat. 9-mile skid on a 10-mile ride. You know it, Hippie. Thanks for becoming a member, Haven. Julia Cochran, doing this for 30 years. Yep. Thanks to the super chat. They're not a cupcake. Can't believe it. Thanks for being a member. And Desert Cat, thanks for being a member. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Thanks for your super chat. Toby Keith is rolling over the use of red Solo cups. Red Solo cup, you fill me up. True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Thanks for your super chat. When I first heard about this case, I thought, yeah, right, she's guilty. I apologize for ever thinking that. I pray Karen owns the Canton Police Department after this. Snowblowers and red Solo cups. Oh my. Free Karen Reed. Oh, you're not the only one. Because you know why? The general public was told that indeed there was ring video footage. Ring video footage of this incident. And we have come to find that no, there is not. There actually is not at all any ring footage of the incident. So there's that. And I think a lot of people thought that. There's video. Oh, well, I guess she's guilty. Cam, thanks again for another super chat. There's a way to be neutral in your handling of the exhibits. Did you show the Commonwealth or opposing counsel? Did you not see this, Lally? Any objection? Yep, there's ways. They just don't know how to use them, and they're not using them. Maddie says, I want to know what the O'Keefe family thinks of this. Maddie, I'm sure there's people in the chat that will answer that for you. Heather, thank you so much for your super chat. Red Homicide Cup, I scoop you up. Let's tamper evidence. Let's tamper evidence. Occasionally Good, Tara, thanks for becoming a member. Boho Chic, thanks for becoming a member. And Boho Chic says, I proofread court transcripts. I query. Yeah, interesting, right? Some people do. I'm just saying they do. I'm going to redirect everyone over to the new stream that is going to start at 2 p.m. So we can take a little tiny break. It's 1:39. Let's take a little tiny break because I think everybody needs to get up and stretch. We need to try and figure out what it is the hell that we just watched here to digest it. So please bring your questions over to the other stream. I am going to, as soon as I hit end on this, it's going to redirect you right there. You can start chatting right away. Don't lose that thought. If there's anything that you want to see or talk about it, write it down, because this chat is not going to teleport to that chat. But I want to break up the morning and the afternoon for ease of viewing for those later on. So remember, head on over there, start chatting. We will all be there soon. I think everyone needs to get a lunch at this point. Go get a lunch, get a snack, make your popcorn, and I'll meet you right over there at 2 p.m. All right. See you then, my friends.